Good morning. Members of the jury, if you could remain standing while the clerk administers the oath. Mr. Clegg, if you could remain standing until all the charges have been read. Everyone else can have a seat.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, would you please raise your right hands, and at the conclusion of the oath, would you each say aloud, "I will"? Do you so solemnly swear or affirm that you will carefully consider the evidence and the law presented to you in this case, and that you will deliver a fair and true verdict as to the charge or charges against the defendant? Do you so swear?
I will.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you may be seated. Mr. Clegg, if you would remain standing. Ladies and gentlemen, please listen to the indictments in docket number 217, 2022, CR 1226. In charge ID number 584C. This alleges that Logan Clegg, on or about April 18th, 2022, at Concord in the county of Merrimack, did commit the crime of second-degree murder, in that Logan Clegg knowingly caused the death of Wendy Reid by shooting her with a gun. In docket number 217, 2022, CR 1226, charge ID number 2027585C. This alleges that Logan Clegg, on or about April 18th, 2022, at Concord in the county of Merrimack, did commit the crime of second-degree murder, in that Logan Clegg knowingly caused the death of Stephen Reid by shooting him with a gun. In docket number 217, 2022, CR 1226, charge ID number 2053091C. This alleges that Logan Clegg, on or about April 18th, 2022, at Concord in the county of Merrimack, did commit the crime of second-degree murder, in that Logan Clegg recklessly caused the death of Wendy Reid under circumstances manifesting an extreme indifference to the value of human life by shooting her with a gun. In docket number 217, 2022, CR 1226, 2058092C. This alleges that Logan Clegg, on or about April 18th, 2022, at Concord in the county of Merrimack, did commit the crime of second-degree murder, in that Logan Clegg recklessly caused the death of Stephen Reid under circumstances manifesting an extreme indifference to the value of human life by shooting him with a gun. In docket number 217, 2022, CR 1226, charge ID number 2053093C. This alleges that Logan Clegg, on or about the April 18th, 2022, at Concord in the county of Merrimack, did commit the crime of falsifying physical evidence, in that Logan Clegg, believing that an official proceeding or investigation was about to be instituted, altered, destroyed, concealed, or removed anything with a purpose to impair its verity or availability in such proceeding or investigation, to wit, by moving and concealing the body of Stephen Reid. In docket number 217, 2022, CR 1226, charge ID number 2053094C. This alleges that Logan Clegg, on or about April 18th, 2022, at Concord in the county of Merrimack, did commit the crime of falsifying physical evidence, in that Logan Clegg, believing that an official proceeding or investigation was about to be instituted, altered, destroyed, concealed, or removed anything with a purpose to impair its verity or availability in such proceeding or investigation, to wit, by moving and concealing the body of Wendy Reid. In docket number 217, 2022, CR 1226, charge ID number 2053095C, this alleges that Logan Clegg, on or about April 18th, at Concord in the county of Merrimack, did commit the crime of falsifying physical evidence in that Logan Clegg, believing that an official proceeding or investigation was about to be instituted, altered, destroyed, concealed, or removed anything with a purpose to impair its verity or availability in such proceeding or investigation, to wit, by burning his tent and campsite after the deaths of Stephen and Djeswende Reid. In docket number 217-2022 CR 1226, charge ID number 209-1545C, this alleges that Logan Clegg, on or about April 21st, 2022, at Concord in the county of Merrimack, did commit the crime of falsifying physical evidence, in that Logan Clegg, believing that an official investigation was about to be instituted, altered, destroyed, concealed, or removed anything with a purpose to impair its verity or availability in such proceeding or investigation, to wit, by destroying or removing information from his laptop computer. The official investigation referred to in the indictment is the investigation into the deaths of Stephen and Djeswende Reid. The information destroyed or removed from the defendant's laptop on April 21, 2022, that was relevant to the investigation was operating system usage records, network event logs, browsing history, and programs and program data from the defendant's laptop that would have contained evidence of the defendant's use of the laptop on April 21, 2022, to create a new email address and book a bus ticket leaving Concord, New Hampshire the following day, as well as evidence linking the computer to the defendant. In docket number 217-2022 CR 1226, charge ID number 205-3096C, this alleges that Logan Clegg, on or about April 18th, 2022, at Concord in the county of Merrimack, did commit the crime of convicted felons, in that Logan Clegg possessed or had under his control a pistol, revolver, or other firearm after having been convicted of a felony against the person or property of another. To wit, he was convicted of the following felonies in the state of Utah on September 30th, 2020. Those felonies being burglary and larceny. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the defendant, Logan Clegg, has been arraigned on the indictments and has pleaded not guilty. And of this, he puts himself upon his country for trial, which country you are. Assistant Attorney Generals have joined the issue for the state, and you are to say by your verdict if the defendant, Logan Clegg, is guilty of the crimes whereof he stands indicted or not guilty. Hearken to the evidence.
Thank you, Clerk Ruffle. Mr. Clegg, you can be seated. Members of the jury, you will now hear opening statements from counsel. Opening statements are a preview of what the lawyers expect the evidence in the case to be. You will first hear from counsel for the state. Attorney Hagan.
Stephen and Djeswende Reid were shot and killed on the Marsh Loop Trail on April 18th of 2022, just before 3 p.m. You will learn that they left their apartment in Alton Woods and went for a walk. And you will learn that they never came home. And they never came home because the defendant, Logan Clegg, murdered them. After the defendant murdered Stephen and Djeswende, who loved ones called Wendy, he dragged their bodies off the trail to conceal them so no one would find them. He concealed their bodies and covered them in layers of leaves, debris, and sticks. And after he murdered them, he ran and he hid. He left Concord right after having contact with investigators who were searching for Stephen and Wendy. He left Concord and was out of the state for multiple months. And despite efforts to conceal his murders, and despite efforts to conceal his tracks, investigators uncovered those tracks. And they found him in South Burlington, Vermont. And when he couldn't run or hide, he lied. He lied when investigators caught up with him. He claimed he wasn't in Concord on April 18th. He claimed he never heard of the alias Arthur Kelly, the name that he gave to investigators when they had contact with him, when they started their missing person investigation. He claimed he never had a gun in Concord. And when investigators caught up with him and they found him, he had a 9mm handgun in his backpack. He had over $7,000 in cash. He had a fake Romanian passport and a one-way ticket to Berlin, Germany. During trial, you will hear about how after Stephen and Wendy were reported missing, investigators spent months trying to solve their murders. The investigation was extensive and thorough. They discovered the defendant's identity through surveillance footage and through various purchases that he had made using prepaid gift cards. When they discovered his identity, you will learn that he was on probation for felony convictions. During trial, you will see and hear evidence for yourselves that will prove beyond any reasonable doubt that he is guilty of second-degree murder for killing Stephen and Wendy, and the other charges that you heard read today: felon in possession of a firearm and falsifying physical evidence for his efforts to conceal the murders that he committed. As you heard in jury selection, motive is not an element of the crimes charged. The elements are what you will hear presented during this trial. The state is required to prove that the defendant knowingly shot and killed Stephen and Wendy Reid. The evidence you will hear will show what happened to Stephen and Wendy and how they were shot and killed on the Marsh Loop Trail, and how the defendant is the one and only person who committed those murders. By the end of trial, you will know beyond any reasonable doubt that the defendant, Logan Clegg, is the one and only person who was responsible for the murders of Stephen and Wendy. The evidence in this case will show that the defendant murdered Stephen and Wendy, that he dragged and concealed their bodies, that he ran after having contact with investigators who were searching for Stephen and Wendy. He hid out of state in South Burlington, Vermont. He attempted to flee the country, and when he was finally caught, he lied. On April 18th of 2022, Stephen and Wendy went out for a walk near their apartment complex. Stephen's last known communication with family was around 11 a.m. that morning. When Stephen didn't show up 2 days later on the 20th for a regular tennis match, family members became concerned. It was unusual for Stephen not to show up and not to communicate. And you'll learn that Sue Forey, Stephen's sister, went to their apartment complex to check on them. They lived in Alton Woods on Loudon Road here in Concord. They lived in apartment 1411, so building 14. Stephen and Wendy's cars were out front when Sue Forey showed up. They weren't home. Their house was orderly. Their personal belongings were still home. Car keys, cash, wallets, Wendy's cell phones. What you'll learn is Stephen's cell phone was not home. It was not at the apartment. On April 20th of 2022, Sue Forey contacted the police. Members of the Concord Police Department and New Hampshire State Police started a missing person investigation to search for Stephen and Wendy. That same evening, so the 20th of April of 2022, while investigators are out searching nearby areas, nearby Alton Woods, they come across a tent nearby, near their Marsh Loop Trail. In this top area of this wooded area. And the blue is Stephen and Wendy's apartment. And they came across this tent, and they found a man in that tent. That man was a white man in his 20s or 30s. He had brown hair, and he was clean shaven. Investigators noticed around his tent many Mountain Dew cans. They spoke with that man, and he claimed his name was Arthur Kelly. He claimed that he was from Boston, Massachusetts. He was told that they were looking for Stephen and Wendy. He said he didn't see anyone else around. And investigators left the tent site, and they continued to search for Stephen and Wendy. You will learn that Stephen and Wendy's bodies were found dragged off the Marsh Loop Trail. The following day, on April 21st of 2022. Using location data from Stephen's cell phone and with the help of a canine, they were able to find Stephen and Wendy. Their bodies were concealed in the woods. They were covered by sticks and leaves and debris. Only a small portion of Wendy's head and her hair was even visible once the canine helped them locate them. Stephen and Wendy both had gunshot wounds, multiple gunshot wounds. Wendy had 2 shots to her head and her neck. Fragments were later, from those bullets, able to be recovered. Stephen had multiple shots to his left hand, his left arm, his shoulder, neck area, and his back. Fragments from the bullets were able to be recovered. And autopsy results, which are the external and the internal examination of their bodies by the medical examiner, revealed that they died from gunshot wounds. After killing Stephen and Wendy, the defendant dragged their bodies off the trail down to the place where he ultimately concealed them. You will learn that investigators found blood and bullet fragments on the trail. Along the path between the trail and where Stephen and Wendy's bodies were found, a bloody pill bottle and a ripped portion of Wendy's green pants were found. The blood was Wendy's blood. During various searches over the course of the investigation, investigators later found shell casings at the crime scene, and shell casings at a location later discovered to be the defendant's burnt tent site. The day after Stephen and Wendy's bodies were found, so the following day, April 22nd of 2022, a woman named Nan Nutt came forward. Nan had described being on the Marsh Loop Trail on the same day as Stephen and Wendy, so the 18th. She recalled who she later learned was Stephen and Wendy were on the trail at the same time. She arrived at the Portsmouth Street, so Nan Nutt arrived at the Portsmouth Street parking lot, which you will see on today's view. She arrived at about 2:45 p.m. on the 18th. She started her hike with her two dogs. It was about 2:48 p.m. And what you're seeing on the screen are screenshots from Nan Nutt's cell phone tracking her hike. When Nan Nutt arrived at the Marsh Loop Trail, she recalled letting the couple walk past her. She and her dogs were going much slower. And she described that the couple that she saw appeared to know each other. They were having a conversation, and they appeared to be wearing clothing consistent with hiking. About 5 minutes later, Nan Nutt hears multiple gunshots. Gunshots that were further into the woods than she was. She thought that it sounded like a handgun, not a rifle. Initially, she didn't know what to make of it, contemplating that it wasn't hunting season. Ultimately, she decided to keep walking and hiking with her dogs. So she continues on with her hike. And as she continues on, she sees a man. A man who was looking off the trail in a direction that you will learn was in the direction that Stephen and Wendy's bodies were later found. The man Nan Nutt saw was a white man in his 20s or 30s. He had brown hair. He was clean shaven. He was wearing a blue sweatshirt or jacket and a black backpack. And he was carrying a brown grocery bag. Nan Nutt recalled the brown grocery bag having some type of cylindrical object in it. She wasn't quite sure what it was, but it was some type of cylindrical object. She didn't have any communication with this man. He kept walking in the opposite direction of her, and she kept going in her hike. She looked back to get a better look at him. And when she did, he was staring at her. She kept on her hike, and she left with her dogs. A few minutes later into her hike, she approached a different, older gentleman. They exchanged some words, and they both continued on their hike. Nan continued her hike until about 3:39 p.m. when she left the Portsmouth Street parking lot. With the information from Nan Nutt, investigators spent months combing through surveillance footage and receipts from nearby stores, trying to conduct multiple searches of the scene and nearby areas. You will learn during the course of trial that the defendant was living in a tent nearby. Circling the profile area on the Marsh Loop Trail map that you're seeing. When investigators went to the location of the defendant's tent, they found debris of a burnt tent site, consistent with someone living there for months. In the burnt tent site, investigators located shell casings, burnt grocery bags, Mountain Dew, along with burnt clothing. They also found about 150 mini burnt propane tanks. Investigators searched the closest located retail stores that would sell Mountain Dew and mini propane tanks. And investigators discovered receipts for almost all 150 propane tanks that they found, all purchased by Logan Clegg, the defendant. You'll learn that the defendant purchased propane tanks all winter in Concord. Investigators located months of surveillance footage capturing the defendant at Walmart on Loudon Road in Concord. The day after Stephen and Wendy were murdered, so April 19th of 2022, the defendant entered Walmart at about 9:40 a.m. He purchased a tent, a sleeping bag, and rubbing alcohol. You will learn that the same person who spoke with investigators and claimed to be Arthur Kelly was identified as the defendant, Logan Clegg. Investigators also found surveillance footage of the defendant on the day of the murders, just shortly before the murders. He was captured on cameras at Shaw's in Loudon Road, which you'll see today, is just a short walk. The Shaw's is at the bottom of the screen, and the Marsh Loop Trail is here. The defendant was seen at the Shaw's just before 2:30 p.m. at that Shaw's. In the surveillance footage, a white man in his 20s or 30s. He was wearing a dark blue jacket or sweatshirt, carrying a black backpack, and a brown grocery bag. Just before Stephen and Wendy were murdered. You will learn that when he left Shaw's, he walked in the direction of where Stephen and Wendy were murdered on the Marsh Loop Trail. These are all locations that you will see later today. The defendant ran after having contact with investigators. Just hours after having spoken to investigators who said that they were searching for Stephen and Wendy, hours after, he lied that he was Arthur Kelly. The defendant created an email account the morning of April 21st of 2022. That morning, he created a Gmail account, dentkelly0707@gmail.com. What you will learn is that he used that Gmail account to purchase a bus ticket out of Concord using another fake name, Denton Kelly. The defendant took a bus and got out of Concord, and he ran away from his crimes. A couple days later, when investigators went back to the tent site where they had encountered the man who claimed to be Arthur Kelly, they found no tent, no debris, no Mountain Dew cans, no trace of a tent. Over the next few months, the defendant continued to run. You will learn that he purchased a Greyhound bus ticket, a bus ticket that was scheduled to leave on May 15th of 2022 from Boston, Massachusetts to Burlington, Vermont. And when he did that, he used the alias Arthur Kelly and the Gmail account dentkelly0707@gmail.com. The defendant hid out of state and he attempted to flee the country. In October of 2022, investigators learned that the defendant, using the name Logan Clegg, had purchased a plane ticket, a one-way plane ticket from JFK Airport to Berlin, Germany. The flight was scheduled to leave in a few days. In this information, in this purchase, the defendant used a phone number that you will learn was tied to the email account firstpeterblack@gmail.com. Yet another alias and another email account. The defendant's flight was scheduled to leave on October 14th of 2022 from JFK to Berlin, Germany. Investigators obtained location information for that phone number. And location information revealed that it was believed to be in South Burlington, Vermont. You will learn that investigators traveled to South Burlington, Vermont, and they located the defendant outside a local grocery store, Price Chopper, where he had been working. And when they located him, they followed him to the public library. At the public library, he was using his laptop. He had with him a black backpack. Investigators made contact with him, secured his backpack, secured the laptop, and in the backpack they found a 9mm handgun. A handgun that he purchased using the name Arthur Kelly. A handgun that he purchased on February 12th of 2022 in Vermont. In the defendant's backpack, they also found a fake passport with his photo on it, which had been mailed to him at Arthur Kelly in Vermont. You will learn that bullets fired from the defendant's 9mm handgun in his backpack were consistent in caliber and class characteristics as bullet fragments found during autopsy. The shell casings from the crime scene at the trail and the defendant's burnt tent site were sent to the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory for ballistics testing. The analysis determined that those casings were fired from the defendant's 9mm handgun. When investigators searched the defendant's laptop, they found the same photograph that was used on his fake Romanian passport. They also found that he had conducted multiple Windows 10 procedures known as a fresh start. So just hours after having been questioned by the investigators who were searching for Stephen and Wendy, and he lied about being Arthur Kelly, he conducted fresh starts of his computer on April 21st of 2022. You will learn that a fresh start is a procedure that effectively wipes browser history, among other things. What limited search history available on his laptop revealed, searches consistent with traveling out of the country. And he also searched Concord, NH, News. He searched Concord NH News that same morning that investigators had contact with him, October 12th of 2022. When the defendant was finally caught, he lied. Investigators conducted an interview of him on October 12th of 2022. During the interview, he claimed he was not in Concord on April 18th of 2022. He claimed that he had left Concord in February or March. He claimed he didn't use a tent while in Concord. He claimed that he didn't stay in the wooded area near Alton Woods or the wooded area along the Marsh Loop Trail. He even denied knowing the name Arthur Kelly. He denied having a gun. And you will learn that despite being confronted with the information that investigators had learned over the months-long investigation, the defendant continued to try to conceal his murders. In the end, it doesn't matter what you call him. Arthur Kelly, Denton Kelly, Peter Black. What you will know at the end of trial is that he is all the same person, Logan Clegg. The same one and only person who is responsible for the murders of Stephen and Wendy Reid. The one and only person who shot and killed them on the Marsh Loop Trail. The one and only person who concealed their bodies and dragged them off the trail so no one would find them. The one and only person who burned his tent site, wiped information from his laptop, and bought a one-way ticket out of the country. After the defendant murdered Stephen and Wendy, he tried to run and hide. And when he couldn't run or hide anymore, he lied. The end of trial, we are going to ask you to find him guilty. Guilty of the crimes that he committed. Being a felon in possession of a gun, falsifying evidence for concealing Stephen and Wendy's bodies, burning his tent site, wiping his laptop, and murdering Stephen and Wendy Reid. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Attorney Hageman. Would you like a short break before we? Yes. Members of the jury, we're going to take a short break, then you'll come back and hear opening statements from the defense. So we'll take about a 10 or 15-minute break, and then we'll resume. I'm going to remind you again of what I'm going to repeat throughout the course of the trial. You can't talk about the case among yourselves. I'm going to do that because it's so important that you base your verdict only on the evidence you hear in the course of the trial, on the laws I explained at the very end. Again, we'll take a short break, then we'll resume with trial in about 10 or 15 minutes.
All rise, the honorable jury. Court is at recess.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Attorney Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now I'm going to talk about a lot of things that you haven't heard that show that Logan is not guilty, that the wrong man has been charged. Logan had no connection to the Reids. He had no contact with the Reids, and he did not murder the Reids. About the time that the Reids were preparing to go for their walk, Logan Clegg was shopping at Shaw's. He was buying one of those little hot, fully cooked rotisserie chickens in the little carry case and a large 2-liter bottle of Mountain Dew. He did not then leave Shaw's with his rotisserie chicken and Mountain Dew to murder people he did not know. He did not then rush with his rotisserie chicken up to Marsh Loop Trail to lay in wait for people he had no connection to. And Logan's 2 casings that you heard about, that what you didn't hear about was that they suddenly appeared 1 month later, though in an area that had been searched by dogs, canines, people, over and over and over again for that very thing, suddenly appeared, and they were not casings from the bullets that killed the Reids. They were placed there a month later after the killer murdered the scene and cleaned up his crime scene. Murdered the Reids, sorry. But what about the actions that you heard about in the state's opening of Logan's? Yes, Logan's actions made him a suspect, and the police were right to investigate him. He lived alone on a tent off Profile Avenue connector of the power lines from Shaw's in the area there. He did have a gun, and he did lie. He moved around. He tried to hide his identity from the Concord police. But Logan's actions after April 15th, when his tent site was found, April 15, show that he had nothing to do with the Reids. He was not in hiding from a murder. He was hiding from a probation violation out of Utah. He did not want to be found. He was a fugitive from Utah. He was on probation there, and he left the state while still on probation. He did not want to be found. But it wasn't because of a murder. It was because of a probation violation. The real evidence, the evidence of the shooting, shows that they did get the wrong man. The timing of events shows that it was not Logan Clegg. The investigation of the crime scene shows that it was not Logan Clegg. And the science shows that it was not Logan Clegg. Before I talk about those last 2 things, I want to talk about, all 3 actually, I want to talk about Logan Clegg's actions here in Concord. Logan was a fugitive from justice. In 2021, he was on probation from Utah, and he left, and he was not supposed to leave. He went to Portugal. He stayed for a couple of months, and he came back to the States. COVID was an issue at the time. In November of 2021, Logan came to Concord. Shortly after he arrived, he applied to McDonald's. He got the job. A couple of weeks later, he got a tent to set up a more long-term, at least, place to stay for a while. And he stayed in his tent up the power lines just off in the woods off Profile Avenue connector. He picked a place that had easy access to buses, shopping, and other things that he wanted to be near. For several months, he worked at McDonald's, and he purchased food from those nearby stores, and he walked up the power lines from Loudon Road to his campsite. After a while, he stopped working at McDonald's, but he remained at that Profile Avenue tent site until April 15. Then 2 police officers came to his tent site. He hadn't been bothered at that tent site before, but 2 officers came to his tent site. His boots were outside the tent site, but nobody responded when the officers called out to find out who was living there. He was in violation of probation, and he did not want contact with police. He did not want to be found. So after the police left, he left his tent site. There were a lot of things at his tent site. Might have fingerprints, might have something else that said who he was that was living there if the police wanted to follow up. So he took his empty bottles of propane and other stuff there, and he burnt his tent site. There would be no fingerprints for the police to run. He couldn't just, the tent site, and you're going to see it, it's pretty close there. He couldn't just start a fire. He had to pick the right time so that the fire wouldn't be noticed, and he did pick the right time that the fire wouldn't be noticed. No one noticed his fire. On April 18, around 2-ish, Logan was in the area, and he went to Shaw's, and he went up, and he picked up that rotisserie chicken and Mountain Dew, a meal that he didn't have to cook because his cooking utensils were burned up with the tent site before. And he walked out with his bag, and you can actually see the Mountain Dew bottle. I don't know if you saw it on that picture up there. The bright green of the Mountain Dew and a bit of the label showing through that brown bag. On April 19, he had picked an area to live. And the new area to live doesn't show on this, but you saw the picture on the state's opening. There was a dirt road here with a circle right before the woods. And those woods here were pretty similar to where he had been before. Close to shopping, close to the bus line, in the woods, but not too far in the woods, isolated somewhat, but not too. And the very next day, police came to this new tent site. They said they were looking for some missing people, and he did not want to give his name to the police. He did not want to be found, so he said his name was Arthur Kelly. And the police officer, he did something to check the name and actually confronted Logan about that name. Logan didn't want to cooperate. He was done talking to the police. And the police continued on through the woods looking for the people that they were looking for. The next day, Logan decided it was time to leave. 2 places had encounters with the police. So on the 21st, he bought a bus ticket. He went to Portland. He stayed for a while. Got a bus ticket to Boston and up to Burlington, Vermont. And he used a variation of that Arthur Kelly name, I think it was Denton Kelly, to get this bus ticket. He used another alias, not his name, Logan Clegg, because he did not want to be found. He didn't remain in Portland, like I say. He went up, took a bus ticket to Boston, to Burlington, and he found a place in Vermont that had similar attributes to where he had lived so long off Profile Avenue. This was a wooded area. It was close to where he could work. He could walk to what he needed to walk to. And so he set up a new tent site in Centennial Woods, it was called. He got a job at Price Chopper, and he had access to the Burlington Library to use his computer. He saved the money that he got in Price Chopper in cash. He did not get a bank in Burlington. He cashed his checks, and he held on to his checks, or the cash, rather, up until he was arrested on October 12th. And when the police found about $7,000 in cash on him, that was from his pay from Price Chopper, because he had been preparing to go back to Europe. Cash to exchange and to not be identified. The COVID restrictions had eased up. He had to buy the ticket in his own name, so he had to check, make sure that he was safe still. It was a risk to go to Europe, but he was going right up until he was arrested. He was arrested. The police coordinated with Vermont and Vermont police, and they found Logan. They saw him. They were outside of Price Chopper. They could look in Price Chopper and see him saying goodbye to his colleagues. I think one of them hugged him goodbye. He said goodbye. They weren't ready to stop him yet, so they followed him as he went out and went to the Burlington Library and sat down with his computer, and that's where they arrested him. And when they arrested him, they took his backpack and other items, located his campsite, and went there to take more items. And they also talked to him, Detective Brown. Detective Brown sat down to talk to him, said, "It's not about the Utah violation. I want to talk to you about something else." And although the detective was very nice, seemingly very nice, seemingly compassionate, "Do you have food? Do you have water?" He was also very dogged. He had an agenda, and it was easy to see in his questioning. And Logan did not know where that agenda was going, but he wasn't going with Detective Brown, and he denied. "I was not in Concord. I didn't go to Walmart. I don't know who Arthur Kelly is." And because of those denials, Logan has no credibility. But it doesn't matter, because the evidence here is what will speak for Logan. So let's talk about that evidence. That evidence is the timing, the crime scene, and the science. On early afternoon, on April 18, the Reids decided to go for a walk. It looks like, from information that you'll get, they had been planning it for a while, and that they were not going to go into the woods, not going to go on a tick walk. They were going to do a neighborhood walk along the sidewalks and whatever their loop was. But for whatever reason, sometime around 2:30, 2:40, they apparently decided to go to Marsh Loop Trail for a walk. And they left their place in Alton Woods and went to Marsh Loop Trail. They never returned from that walk, but somebody did see them while they were on that walk, and that was Nan Nutt. She had gone to the parking area of Marsh Loop Trail, Portsmouth Street, and had started her walk when the Reids passed her. She had gotten to the parking area a little before maybe 2:45 and fussed with things. Nan Nutt was a retired woman who was going there to walk her two little dogs, and she took care of whatever she had to make sure it was straight in the car, get the dogs, put them on the leash, make sure that everything was okay, all locked up. So after a couple of minutes, she was ready to start her hike, and she started her tracker. Shortly after, she started her tracker. She's walking up. The trail actually goes along the power line for a bit. It's very different now. You'll hear about that. But the trail went along the power line, cut across the power line, and then eventually went into the woods on Marsh Loop Trail. Before she had approached that woods area, two people passed her, and that was the Reids. They were walking briskly. She was walking pretty slow because she had two little dogs that want to sniff everything. So she stepped aside and let them pass. Right about as she was going to enter the woods, she heard shots. 2, then 3. Very, all 5 rapid, but it was like 2 were together and then 3 were together. And she stopped, and there's hunting there. She believed it was a pistol, but she's on March Loop Trail, and so she hesitates, but then she continues on with the pups, not pups, they were older dogs, and starts talking to them, making sure that if somebody is out there with a gun, they're going to hear her. And so she's talking to her dogs as she's walking along the woods, actually walking towards where the gunshots were heard. But she was on March Loop Trail. About 4 or 5 minutes later, according to her tracker, but she was walking kind of slow. About 4 or 5 minutes later, she gets to an area that means nothing to her, but it's going to mean something to you, by tree number 1. And she doesn't notice anything, nothing at all. She passes tree number 1 and continues on her way. Tree number 1 is the area of the shooting scene. That's where the shooting occurred. She continues on. She doesn't notice anything there. She continues on, and about 2 minutes later runs into a fellow, a young man who, up the trail, is looking into the woods. She approaches him with the dog. She's walking slowly. The young man didn't appear to be disheveled. He didn't appear to be out of breath. He didn't try and walk away or hide his face from her. He just stood there staring in the woods. As she approached him, she was a little concerned, approaching some stranger who didn't turn and smile to her. And so as she passed him, she wasn't looking him in the face, she was sort of looking down, and she could see the bag that he was carrying. And in that bag, she sort of noticed it seemed to be a grocery-type bag, market basket, she thought, or at least of that type. And it seemed to be full, and she noticed a specific cylindrical object with about a 4-inch round top. Kind of, she's not saying it was a peanut butter jar, but she was saying it was kind of like that kind of thing, a jar, like a peanut butter jar. What she did not see was the bright green of the Mountain Dew bottle sticking out of that bag. What she did not see was a label of a Mountain Dew bottle sticking out of that bag. What she did not see was a cylindrical object that tapers to about an inch or so at the top of a bottle. What she saw looked like a jar with a round top, like a peanut butter jar. As she passed the young man, she went past, and she looked back to try and take note. I mean, the gunshots were something. She was taking notes, and she noticed what he was wearing. Now, Nanette is a scientist, and her observation is her stock in trade. She may not observe everything, but when she takes note of something, she takes note. And what she saw was brown pants, not the black jeans of the picture of Logan walking out of the supermarket. She saw a hoodie, maybe a jacket, blue, and a backpack. Nothing special about it. And She did not see, as I said, the black pants that Logan was clearly wearing that day. And she was clear that they were khaki pants. She did not recall if the young man had a hat. She did recall seeing his hair. And Logan's, every time I think you'll see, well, just about every time I think you'll see Logan, there was that signature hat, baseball sort of thing with a bill. She didn't remember seeing, she didn't take note of it for sure, whether he was wearing one or not. She recalled his hair, and in the supermarket picture, Logan has pretty close shaved hair. It's not sticking out, it's not, no, it's almost shaved close to his head. She remembered hair. And she continued on, unmolested. Continuing north as the young man continued south. It was noteworthy. So were the gunshots earlier, but it wasn't anything of concern. Later that day, around 2:30-ish, Alan Schwartz came to that same general area. He was doing a different loop on that trail, so he was coming from north to south. And as he passed tree number 1, sometime past that, he wasn't quite sure. He didn't know it was tree number 1. I'm doing that for your benefit. As he passed tree number 1, he saw something on the ground. 4 casings. 2 on one side of the trail, 2 on the other side of the trail. He knew guns. He went and he picked up one of the casings and he looked at the bottom of it, trying to figure out the caliber. I'm not quite sure if he couldn't figure it out because his eyes couldn't see it, if it was worn or if it didn't have it on there. I don't know. But he could not determine the caliber. And so he left it there. He only picked up 2 from one side and looked at them, left the other 2 on the other side alone, but put them back pretty much in the same place that he found them. And thought nothing of it. On April 20th, when the Reids are missing now for a while, Sue Forey, you heard Stephen Reid's sister, went to check the residence. The sliding glass door was not secured, which was unusual, and the window was open, also unusual. So the police were called, concern was raised, a search began. There was a staging area that was set up for the search. Remember again, we talked about that, or I talked about, sorry, that dirt road that went towards the woods where Logan had set up the tent site after he had left Profile Avenue. Well, he's there, nice and secluded in the woods, and the staging area for the police is set up right there. Just probably within eye visual of the same area. The police set up a staging area. And they start hunting. They have dogs. They have searchers. They are looking for the Reids. And somebody actually, one of the officers actually comes up to Logan to talk to him at his tent site. They searched up and down the complex. They searched in the woods nearby. That's where they came upon Logan. I think that they were searching along here. But the messages about not wanting to take a tick walk, it didn't seem like they would be up there or that a search would be fruitful at first. So they didn't bother searching up there at first. The next day, unrelated to the search, no, same day, I'm sorry, still April 20th, Mr. Medeiros was taking a hike. I believe he was going up the power lines for a hike and decided to step in the woods to relieve himself. And he noticed a burnt tent site. And he took some photos of that burnt tent site. And went along. Those photos were provided to the police when the information was out about missing people. The next day, on the 21st, the police get access to GPS coordinates for Stephen's phone, for the last known ping or something like that for where Stephen's phone was. And it was here in the woods. So they changed their search pattern from around there and started to go up there. And they again had canines looking for the bodies. And sure enough, the canines found the bodies where the GPS had sent them. That investigation changed from a missing person to a murder investigation. What they did a cursory search, looking around, and did some, and they checked the bodies and removed the bodies. But it was getting dark, and so they wanted to do the search in light, looking for evidence of this murder. And what they did was they secured the scene. And what that means is they put the tape around so that people can't get through, and they leave police officers there, because they can't help anything that happened to the scene at the time of the murders or after until they find that scene. But once they find that scene, nothing's going to change. They are going to investigate that scene, and they're going to continue to investigate till they have the evidence that that scene has to offer, and then they'll release it back to the public, which is exactly what they did here. The medical examiner confirmed multiple gunshots, at least 5. One bullet was recovered from bodies. Excuse me. But one bullet was recovered right near tree number 1 that I've been talking about. And there was also discovered a drag trail to the area where the bodies were found. Now there's access to 2 bullets, medium caliber, I think they call it. And there was a comprehensive search that considered those areas. The drag trail was not immediately apparent because the killer had covered it up somewhat so that nobody would notice, I guess, as they walked by. And the casings, there were no casings there. The killer had cleaned up after himself. And even so, police knowing that, they're gonna search and they're gonna find whatever they can. They've got canines. Canines come out not to find the bodies. They are called cadaver dogs, I think. Those were no longer necessary. These are different dogs that are trained to collect or alert to different sort of things. Things like bullets and things like casings, things with propellants that would be connected to a gun. These dogs are trained in that. And they have 2 different dogs, Cora and Winnie, and they've been trained in all sorts of locations. This is what they do. So Cora, the more senior dog, is the one that locates or alerts on an area near tree number 1. And I think she lies down and just looks at it, and sure enough, investigators go, and they see that there is blood on the tree debris. It's not really apparent, but once you know to look there, there's blood on tree debris here, and there's a bullet fragment on a leaf in that area on that debris. The second bullet, now that they have. So, they search. The dogs continue to search. They search here. They do not go along the drag trail because the police already know that this is important. So they don't want to mix the dog up with the drag trail. So they go along here, and 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 here. They're searching that entire area, and this doesn't show, but there's an area on the other side that goes up to the power lines that you're going to see. And they search, and they smell, and they go through those areas and they find no shell casings. At one point, I think it's Winnie, but it could have been Cora, sort of sniffs like maybe something is there in the air, but they don't find anything. On the other side, maybe a hesitation, and after the dogs do something, people are there looking, and they're not just standing there and look, oh, I don't see anything. No, they are looking, they're moving stuff around. Is there something there? They don't find anything. Next, the police get metal detectors. They are looking for casings, and I haven't talked about that, but casings are something from the top of a gun that when a gun is shot, the bullet comes out, and the casings are ejected from the top of the gun, and they can go for a little bit, feet, not all that far, but it's no telling how far they go, but not that far, to the right or to the left of however the gun is being held. And those casings can give really important evidence. They don't find any casings. They have the metal detectors, and again, up and down this side, up and down this side. They do go along the drag path here, and up and down here. They are looking everywhere, and they're specifically looking for evidence of bullets or casings, and casings that would be right there on top of the ground. Nothing. No casings were found. Now, Detective Ryder did find some stuff. Detective Ryder saw what looked to be perhaps a broken limb that may have been shot at, hit by a bullet. So he was looking at that, and you know, it had a hole in it and stuff. It was pretty suspicious looking. So that also focused him around this area here. And he spent hours with his hands, with his eyes, as well as the dogs and the metal detectors and other police looking. This is the area that they're looking in for evidence. Detective Ryder does find a little bit of a green cloth, camouflage green, that appeared to be confirming that this was the drag trail because it was pretty similar to the pants that Mrs. Reid was wearing. And focus, 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 search, search, search. No casings were found. That afternoon, we're on the 22nd now, Alan Schwartz contacts police. I think he contacted them outside the scene, but he talked to them about what he had seen. I have the wrong day. Let me get back to that. They find no casings on the 22nd, but they do not release the scene. The scene is still secured. And then they go to the 23rd. On the 23rd, they do a line search. And the line search is many police officers, generally within arm's length of each other, walking the scene. Any place that could possibly lead to evidence. And they do this line search. And even after the line search, they come back to that big tree area with metal detectors. And they dig holes. There might be beeps, and when there's beeps to the metal detector, you kind of check and maybe you dig a bit. And they dig a couple of holes around the big tree, tree number 1. And they actually find a slug a bit underground south of that tree number 1. But it was old, very, very tarnished. It did not appear to be related, but you're going to collect it anyway, because they don't know yet. So they collect that slug. And then that should be the afternoon. And then Alan Schwartz comes and contacts the police and tells them about those casings as he saw. So a police officer with a metal detector is told to go with him, and he's allowed into the scene because the scene is more than just tree number 1. And he's allowed into the scene to look for the area that he saw the casings. And he's going up, and the detective is with his metal detector going and not finding anything, kind of digging again in the ground when it seems to beep, because it does beep falsely on, it'll beep on other stuff, in other words. And he continues on, can't see it. So they say, okay, and he leaves. What turned out, however, was he had wondered if it was maybe farther up, and didn't go as far as where the big tree was, tree number 1. He didn't go that far when he was trying to figure out where he was. It was at the bottom part. So, nothing was found that day, no casings, and it appeared the killer had covered his tracks. But the police weren't done. They put up game cameras around to capture the location of where the bodies were recovered, and to capture the location around tree number 1 and Marsh Loop Trail. Unfortunately, the one on Marsh Loop Trail was too high and did not capture the people that came through, because now this trail was open to the public and people were coming through. The game camera didn't capture that, but it did capture people coming to the area where the bodies were found. Random people. But word was out, and random people were curious, and they were coming to the crime scene. It was no longer secured. Anybody could go there. Anybody could take something. Anybody could leave something. Nan Nutt, she had called the police and told them what she had seen on the 18th, and they talked to her. They were aware of what she saw. She even wrote her own statement to make sure, because like I said, she was a scientist. She wanted to make sure that she had her observations down, and she did. And on the 25th, Detective Brown came with Nan Nutt, and they were going to walk along the trail to see if she could identify specific areas of interest. What were the areas of interest? About starting, about when the Reeds passed her, about where she was at the beginning of the wooded area, when she heard the gunshots, and the next area of interest was where she saw the young man in the khaki pants. And she walked past tree number 1, no hesitation. Oh, by the way, Detective Brown is videotaping her, so when she has something to say or wants to point something out, he's got the video and he'll turn it on. They walk back past tree number 1, nothing there, she doesn't notice. He's not trying to point things out to her, he wants her recollection. She goes about 2 minutes past tree number 1, and she points out this stump, or an area where a stump is. It may not be the stump specifically, but his video captures that stump. And that's the first area that she thinks maybe here, but the trail is a bit different than what she remembered. She thought it was flatter, maybe it was farther on. And then they continue on to the intersection. What's interesting, though, is nothing in what she said had that young man at tree number 1. And she could not say that that man had any relationship to the shooting at all, because somewhere beyond the shooting scene, he was looking in the woods. Not hiding from her, not turning his head so she couldn't identify him. He was looking in the woods. police continued their search. They dove in local ponds that were in the area. They searched through GPS coordinates to try to find anything there at the scene that they could that might be related to the murder of the Reids. On May 9, they're going daily, so officially or unofficially, they are back there looking and doing stuff around Marsh Loop, around broken ground trails. We know that Detective Harbitz was there in the area on the 9th. We know that the FBI were in the area on the 10th because they set up a special kind of camera on the trail to capture the trail in a different way. And that same day that they're taking these special pictures, Detective Brown, with some others, has brought Concord Fire Department dummies that Concord Fire Department practices with to just drag it along that trail to do some timing stuff. And while he's there, he converses with the FBI. They've set up pictures on this side, pictures on this side. This side is very, very important. On the north side of tree number 1, they have a picture. That was the 10th. While they're there, no casings are found. No casings are around tree number 1, no casings along here. On the 12th, Detective Brown and Detective Ryder accompany Alan Schwartz to try and again locate where the casings he saw on the 18th, 4 casings he saw on the 18th that they have not found. Where could they be? So they actually take Alan Schwartz the other way, so he's coming from north to south along Marsh Loop Trail. And as he passes tree number 1, he says, I think it was actually closer to around here. Still nothing there. And then on May 20, a little over a month after the Reids were murdered, the couple of police officers with the prosecutors, a couple of prosecutors and the medical examiner go out to show the medical examiner and prosecutors the scene, and they walk up Marsh Loop Trail and they come to tree number 2 is just sort of a staging area with a table and stuff. And they come up to the area, they're looking at the drag point, and one of the prosecutors back then, he's not on the case right now, walked up to tree number 1 from south to north, walks up to tree number 1 and gets to the other. What are those things? It's 2 casings right there in plain sight in the area that had been searched time and time and time and time again with all the tools at the police department's disposal. 2 casings just appeared a month later. Those casings were not from the murder. Detective Brown got his metal detector and searched again. Well, if 5 shots were fired and these are related to the murder scene, maybe there's 3 more here. There's nothing else there because those casings were not from the murder. And the 2 casings, unlike the 4 that Alan Schwartz saw, these have clearly marked 6 Sauer 9mm. Clearly marked. They're bright, shiny casings. Not completely shiny. They actually have a little tarnish on now. The police not only diligently searched that scene, but they were also diligently talking to people and trying to identify people who could have been at the scene, people who might have information. That was going on simultaneously. And through that, they connected Arthur Kelly, who had given the false name to the detective on the 20th when they set up that staging area. And they connected Arthur Kelly to Logan Clegg. And they connected Logan Clegg and Arthur Kelly to that profile tent campsite that was now burned. And they connected him to the gift cards. And they discovered where he worked. They discovered where he shopped. And they found that he purchased a gun in Vermont in February under the name of Arthur Kelly, and that when he left on the 21st, that he left for Portland under a variation of that name, Kelly Denton or Denton Kelly, I'm sorry. They got pictures from those videos of Logan shopping and stuff, and they made the connection to McDonald's and Logan Clegg. And they captured that video leaving Shaw's with black jeans, blue jacket, backpack, and a shopping bag with the bright green Mountain Dew 2-liter bottle showing through with the label. They had a video of him walking across the parking lot, and then he was lost to view. On Loudon Road, around the complex, on Loudon Road. They could not see where he went to the new site. They could not see where he went along the power lines to the old site. They had no idea. But they continued to investigate him. They went to his tent site on Profile Connector. And among the many things that they discovered was this natural clearing area and a whole bunch of casings. Casings just like the casings that they have found a month after the shooting at the crime scene. Casings found here and at the crime scene a long time after Logan had left Concord. These casings were found at different times, and they were collected, and you'll see them. They learned that Logan was a fugitive from justice for his violations from Utah, and they found Logan. They submitted the casings to the lab. The lab already had the 2 bullets, the one from Mrs. Reid and the one from the debris around tree number 1. And now that they had Logan, they could do more. They saw Logan saying goodbye at Price Chopper, arrested him at the library when he went shortly after, and they seized that gun. They seized stuff from his tent, including those bullets, and they seized his DNA, and they seized his prints. Now they had something hard to test and to look for an answer. And that is where Logan's path and the investigation path might have come together, but it didn't. Those paths never became the same because that science did not show Logan to be the shooter. It showed something very different. Preliminary ballistics were done beforehand, but now with his gun, they could check those casings. The casings here, yes, they were fired from Logan's gun, and it appeared that this was a makeshift firing range for firing that gun. The 2 casings found on the north side of tree number 1 were the same as the casings that were fired here. The science could say that those casings all came from Logan, were all shot from Logan's gun, but the science couldn't say if those casings shot the bullets that killed the Reeds, because those casings, the science couldn't say, were they planted a month later? They were not there right after the shooting when that place was searched so thoroughly. Science couldn't tell him that. So then there's the bullets. There's 2 bullets, and now we have ammunition from Logan's gun, and we have Logan's gun. Let's put those bullets together with the gun and see, did this gun fire those bullets? Well, it couldn't tell. It could not tell. The science does not know. What the science knew was that through general characteristics, there is a plethora of gun manufacturers that manufacture guns with this particular type of characteristic. It's called rifling. And there's about 14 different manufacturers, including Glock, which is what Logan had, including Walther, including Heckle & Koch, and including Car Arms, some very popular brands, including less popular, more esoteric brands. And the scientists, the criminalists who analyze that will say within each of those manufacturers, there are several different models. And each of those models might have different generations, and they've been produced over decades. She could not count the number of possible guns that were out there that could have fired the bullets that killed the Reeds. And she could not say that Logan Clegg's gun was the gun that fired it. It is unknown from those ballistics. So what else is there? There's DNA. Well, because the bodies were out for a while, DNA was a bit tricky, but there were some results. Some items were tested and just not enough DNA on them, but they tested particular items where a killer might have grabbed to drag bodies. Those areas might have the killer may have left DNA behind dragging the bodies. So they tested those areas as best they could. And in a lot of ways, some of the results came out saying, can't tell one thing or another. Could Logan be included? Could he not be? We just can't tell. But in 3 areas, under the belt, sock, and boot, 3 areas did have results. And they were not the DNA matches of 1 in 100 million trillion zillion. It was probably not Logan. And it was also that it seems to be 2 foreign contributors in those areas, not the Reeds and not Logan. After those results, the state sought more testing, trying to support their theory. No results supported their theory. In April, Detective Brown went to talk to, well, and I don't know if he went or it was by phone, but Detective Brown talked to Alan Schwartz, and during that conversation, Detective Brown said, is it possible that you took the casings away and then returned them later? And Alan Schwartz said no. And Detective Brown still pushed. Look, there's no issue. If you return those, if you took them away and return them later, as long as you tell it. No. No. The evidence of the shooting says it's not Logan. Logan's actions raised the suspicion. Without a doubt, he was somebody who should have been investigated. He gave a false name But his reasons were not anything related to the Reids. His reason was to avoid being arrested, being found out on the probation violation, to be extradited. As it turned out, in Vermont, what did they use to arrest him? Because they didn't have any tests. It's called a fugitive from justice for the Utah probation violation. They arrested him on that, and later they made the charge of murder and arrested and brought Logan back to New Hampshire. Logan does not have to put on a defense. You heard the judge tell you that during jury selection. He will. He will put on a defense through the evidence, through us, but through the evidence. It is the evidence that gives you the answer here, and the evidence that shows that they got the wrong man. It's important to note that the state may be calling several witnesses that have information for us. The fact that the state's called them doesn't mean the information is any less important or any less part of Logan's defense. Please keep that in mind. The cross-examination is his defense. The judge has talked about proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is not can't rule out. It's not possible. It's not could have been. It is evidence that is so compelling that there is no other answer for you. No reasonable answer. That does not exist here. You also heard about the direct and circumstantial evidence during voir dire, and that if the circumstantial evidence leads you to a path of not guilty, that is the path that you must take. Here, the path is Logan is not the killer. The killer has not been found. And he is not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Smith. Somebody just remove, if you could just remove that board from, I just want to talk with all the jurors.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Members of the jury, as I mentioned at the time of jury selection, the next thing that we're going to be doing is going on a view this afternoon. Given where we are timing-wise, what I think makes the most sense is to take our lunch break now and ask you to return at around 12:30. The lawyers are going to make, when you're all back here and we're ready to go, going to make what's called some preview statements to talk about some of the locations that we'll be visiting this afternoon. And then when they're done with that, we'll be in a position to have you board the bus and go to those locations about which there will be testimony in the course of the trial. I told you you're going to get tired of my instructions, but I'm gonna do it because it's so important, and that is that you not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. We will be going to some locations this afternoon. Certainly, if your travels either during the lunch break or later take you by those locations, that's no big deal. But don't go there specifically for the purposes of doing your own independent research. That's what the trial's for. That's what the view will be for this afternoon. And again, I want to thank you for your patience. Further reminder about media coverage. I'm sure you've all noticed there's a media presence in the courtroom. Avoid all contact with media. Don't watch anything on the news related to this case. Don't read anything in the newspaper or look at anything on social media about this case. And that really is because you must base your verdict only on what you hear in the course of the trial, the evidence that's presented, and the laws I explained at the very end. Thank you for your patience, and if you could try to be back here around 12:30, that'd be great.
All rise, the honorable jury.
Thank you. Everyone can have a seat. If I could just see counsel at the bench. outside. As I mentioned, we're about to go on a view. The purpose of a view is to see some of the locations about which there will be testimony during the course of the trial. What you observe on the view is as much evidence as the testimony of witnesses and the exhibits presented for your consideration during the course of the trial. So it's extremely important that you pay close attention to what it is that can be seen on the view. There are a few things you are not allowed to do on the view. You may not ask questions of counsel, me, or anyone else. If you have any questions about different things, where to go or issues like that, please talk to one of the court officers who will be out there. You cannot discuss with anyone, even among yourselves, your observations on the view until you have retired for your deliberations at the end of the case. You may not take any measurements or pace off any distances, nor make any notes at the scene. And lastly, as I said earlier, you may not revisit the scene on your own during the trial. I'm not going to foreclose people from going down Loudon Road, for example, if your travels would ordinarily take you there. But again, don't go to any of those locations specifically for doing some further analysis or research on your own on the case. Because we'll be outside, I'm going to ask you to keep together as much as possible so that when counsel are speaking, you'll be able to hear what they're saying. And if there are places where we need to do it in a couple of different groups, counsel will let you know and we'll set it up that way. But I want to make sure that you're able to hear what counsel are saying while we're out there. And now we'll have some brief preview statements from counsel. Attorney Olberding.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, members of the jury. My name is Ryan Olberding. We've been introduced a few times now, but I've also got my co-counsel here with me, Meg Hageman and Josh Beischer. Together, we represent the people and as the citizens of the state of New Hampshire. Now, as jurors, most of what you're doing during the course of this trial is going to take place right here in the courtroom, as you've probably surmised. This is where you'll see and hear most of the evidence in this case. And then you're going to listen to closing arguments and the judge's instructions on the law. In a few moments, however, you're going to go on what's called a view. A view is just that. It's an opportunity for you to view the evidence that we can't bring into the courtroom. Since we can't bring this evidence into the courtroom, we're going to take you to the evidence. Keep in mind that what you see during the view is actually evidence. It's evidence that you can and should consider during your deliberations. And it's just like all the other evidence in this case. Now we're going to talk a little bit about what you're going to see and what you're going to do. When you leave here, you're going to board a bus outside of the courthouse. You're going to travel east down Loudon Road right here in Concord. And in some ways, by getting on that bus, you're going to begin a journey you'll likely never forget. You're going to see some of the key locations in this case, and you're going to retrace some of the last walk that was taken by Stephen and Wendy Reid. Referring to this large overhead map, we're going to start at the Shaw's parking lot. You can see down here, Loudon Road. You're going to be taking a bus down Loudon Road. That bus is going to pull into the front parking lot of the Shaw's supermarket. You're going to stop there briefly, not disembark the bus, but the importance of you stopping there is that we would like you to notice the relation of the Shaw's supermarket parking lot with the rest of the locations you're going to be visiting. Notice the relationship while you're in that parking lot to the clearing. And I would point this out, the clearing and the power lines right across the street. Also notice the relationship of that parking lot in relation to the Alton Woods apartment complex and a clearing across from Alton Woods, a location you'll be stopping at, stopping briefly at the Shaw's supermarket parking lot. The defendant's path from Shaw's on Monday afternoon, April 18th, took him from Shaw's through that parking lot, across Loudon Road, and underneath the power lines. So notice the proximity of those locations to each other. In the clearing near the Alton Woods apartment complex and the power lines, that will be your next stop. Following that stop at Shaw's, you're going to be stopping there briefly and actually getting off the bus. We're going to ask while you're there to notice the relationship of that location to the Shaw's supermarket. While you're there, you're also going to be given the perspective of the location surrounding the Alton Woods apartment complex. This is, of course, where Stephen and Djeswende Reid resided. And also, while you're there, you're going to have the context to know that this is where police began searching for them in both within the complex and in the surrounding areas. This will also provide you with perspective on the location where police located just in the wood line beyond this clearing, Arthur Kelly, the man identifying himself as Arthur Kelly, that is the defendant Logan Clegg, on Wednesday, April 20th, the initial evening of the search. Lastly, at that stop, we're going to point out the beginning of a trail that runs from Alton Woods down near 393 to an underpass on Portsmouth Street that goes to the Portsmouth Street trailhead where the Marsh Loop trailhead is originally located, right off of Portsmouth Street. This is likely the path that Stephen and Wendy Reid would have taken to begin what would have been their last walk that Monday afternoon on April 18th. Now, as you travel out of the apartment complex, you're going to be traveling on a road that will take you back out to Loudon Road. You're going to drive by Building 14. I ask you notice Building 14, that's the location of where Stephen and Djeswende Reid's apartment was located as well. Now, following this brief stop at Alton Woods in the clearing here, you're going to be taken by an indirect route ultimately to the Marsh Loop trailhead on a bus, and ultimately you're going to be driven slightly up into the power lines here to a point almost near the wood line where you'll be able to disembark. What you're going to want to keep in mind while you're out there is the way the area looks right now is actually very different than the way it looked back in April of 2022. The power company has constructed some roads out there to allow heavy equipment access. They're doing some various construction projects out there. But the good news is that we're going to be able to access these roads for purposes of traveling closer than we would have been otherwise, to the point where the Marsh Loop Trail actually enters the wood line. And these roads will also allow you to be picked up at the end of our walk without having to retrace your steps back. So we'll be disembarking at the wood line and traveling in, and we'll be picked up later on down near the Profile Avenue Connector Trail by the bus. So you won't have to retrace your steps, but you will be retracing the last steps of Stephen and Wendy Reid as you travel down that path. Keep in mind this area is going to be a little bit different and maybe more different in different locations as it was in April of 2022. Small rocks, leaves, sticks, foliage obviously change over time. That's just some things to keep in mind. Also, just be aware of just some of the typical hazards associated with hiking, wildlife, tree roots, rocks, branches near the trails. As you travel down the trail, notice the difference in elevation on the trail. On the left side of the trail, as you enter the wood line, you're going to notice a steep increase in elevation up to where the power lines are located. And you're going to notice a gradual downhill slope on the right side of the trail, the east side of the trail. I also ask you, notice your vantage point too as you're walking down the trail. This is a little bit different than just a casual hike through the woods where you might not be focused on anything in particular. As you're walking down the trail, notice what your vantage point is like when you're focused on what's on the trail versus whether you're looking off to the right side of the trail or the left side of the trail. Now, as we go down the Marsh Loop Trail, about the midpoint of the trail, we'll stop and we're going to identify the area that's appears to be, based on the evidence, the crime scene in this case. While we're there, we're going to point out some specific locations of note that are going to come up during the trial. We're going to point out both marked trees. These trees that are numbered actually have markers placed on them by the Concord police. We'll point those out to you so you can establish those trees as reference points in your mind for some of the discussion during the case. And they've tried to make it as simple as possible for us. Tree 1's marked with a 1, 2 with a 2, and so on. So we'll point those numbers out to you while you're on the scene. We'll also point out some additional areas of note. While we're out there, we're going to point out the vicinity in the trail where a bullet fragment was recovered, approximately in this area. We're also going to point out where the casings were recovered on May 20th as well, in this vicinity. We're also going to point out where drops of blood were also located as well. Following the review of the scene on the trail area, we'll move towards a location that's approximately 30 meters off the trail, right around what's going to be marked as tree number 5. That location is a depression, almost a natural depression behind this tree, and that's the location where Stephen and Djeswende Reid's bodies were located, and where they were located, they were covered with woodland debris. As we make our way down what was believed to be the suspected drag path of the bodies, we're going to point out the trees marked for reference, and we're also going to point out a location where we believe a piece of fabric was ripped off of Wendy's clothing as her body was dragged down here in the vicinity of tree number 4. As you view this area, consider, as you would from the trail, as you approach the location, whether it would be likely you would notice anything off to either side of the trail. And again, notice the vantage point that you have when your attention is focused ahead on the trail, as opposed to when your attention is focused off to the side of the trail. After you've familiarized yourself with these areas, we'll continue north along the Marsh Loop Trail and west along to what's referred to as the Profile Avenue connector back towards the power lines. Just for reference, we'll plan on walking up here and over here on the Profile Avenue connector. As we get to this location on the Profile Avenue connector trail, we're going to point out some landmarks for you as well. We're going to point out along this trail there's a rock that's referred to as a reference point. We're also going to point out 2 marked trees, just as in the other location. There are 2 marked trees marked with numbers by the Concord Police that will be reference point as well to point out the site where the various burnt objects were recovered, what's been referred to and will be continued referred to throughout the trial as the burnt tent site. While we're there, we're also going to point out where some casings were found that were found to have been fired from the gun that was found in the defendant's possession. Now notice the proximity of this location while you're there to the Marsh Loop Trail, to the recovery location of the bodies, and ultimately to the Profile Avenue connector and to the Shaws. We want you to kind of keep all these locations and their relative proximities in mind. Now, just want to point out, this is ultimately, the reason we're doing this is your view. This is for you to take in the evidence and allow you to create a mental picture of these areas that you'll be able to carry out with you throughout the trial. As the witnesses testify about these various locations, you're going to be able to use those mental pictures as you consider the testimony to have a better understanding of what the evidence actually is in this case. And lastly, as the judge noted, keep in mind this view is as formal a part of the trial as the proceedings that are taking place right here in the courtroom. For that reason, during the view, we're not going to be able to talk to you, answer any questions you have, or just even discuss things informally. Please don't think that we're being rude. We're just following the rules. All we can ask of you is that you take this opportunity to view this evidence carefully and completely. Consider what you see in context with all the other evidence that you will see and hear in this courtroom. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Olberding. Attorney Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's actually a pretty cool part of the trial because you are there. And what happens is you start this trial there in the places of interest so that when a witness testifies, you place it in the appropriate place in your head. And so it's yours. You take the amount of time that you need to get it into your head, to see things and to figure out a sense of distance. Now, the judge told you you can't measure, you can't even, sort of take the steps to say this was about 15 steps or something like that. But as you walk along, you can get a sense. And when a witness says it wasn't far away, you think, well, actually, maybe it was. And if a witness says it was just a short distance, you can think, well, yeah, maybe that was short. So you are actually the evidence. What's in your head becomes part of the evidence. Timing. Nobody is going to be walking around with a watch saying, okay, it took me this long to get here. But through the perspective of distances, you can get a sense of timing. We're not going to be with you at Shaw's, but from Shaw's, you just take a look. Take a look at the parking lot, how big it is, and the movements from the parking lot to the crosswalk, where there's a light, where somebody would be at the crosswalk, And then you're going to pull into an area not far from the crosswalk to be able to look at this area that is sort of a field between the Alton Woods complex and the woods. And you're not going to be walking the trail that's there, but you should take a minute and consider the distance between the sidewalk and the overpass. From the overpass, because you're not walking it, you can see that there's a jag that goes to the overpass, under the overpass, and then to Portsmouth Street. So you won't be able to get the perspective of that walk, but you will have a perspective of how long that field is. When you go to Alton Woods, you'll see that road that I talked about in opening that was not only the staging area, but led to the area where one of the detectives identified a guy who called himself Arthur Kelly. Just again, you want to get an idea. How big is this space? How small is this space? So that when somebody talks about that, it fits in to what you already know before the witness testifies. Then we get to Portsmouth Street. We'll stop there or pause, one of the two. And you've heard that the power line trail has changed. But you still get a perspective of the power line, how wide it is, other dirt trails that might be in there, how long it goes. There's a brand new road there, so you'll have to rely on pictures to know what it looked like then, but you can rely on yourselves to figure out that sense of distance, how uphill, the incline that it is it uphill, is it flat, is it in brush, is it in woods? You will get that perspective. From that, again, you do not measure from Portsmouth to when March Loop Trail goes into the woods, nor where other trails may continue on the power line. You'll get pictures that you can use your view to put it in perspective. Then we'll go to that area, tree number 1. You're going to take time to walk around tree number 1, and I want you specifically from tree number 1 to look at the slant right around the tree. I want you to look at the slant on the left side of the trail as you're walking north, slant on the right side of the trail as you're walking north, how thick or scraggly the trees and the brush are. And then we're going to go, take your time. We're going to go down what was the drag trail that you've heard about. And what I want you to do before you go down the drag trail is take a look from the trail and see, what can I see down that way? What is visible? What is hidden? And then, as you go to the trail, I want you to stop a couple of times and think, okay, can I see the path? Can the path see me? Get that into perspective. The sounds that are in the woods, the feel that is in the woods, keep all of that in mind while you're walking through the woods. Then you'll go a little bit north of that area, and I'll point out a stump. And just keep in mind, not a timing, not a feet, not a distance, but how far away from tree number 1 does this stump? Is it close? Is it far? And then we'll go to an intersection and turn left on the intersection to go to the area that you've heard about with the tent that's just off the power line up there. And I believe the bus will be on the power line. When you go to look around that area where the tent was, where that clearing, makeshift sort of clearing, and then get onto the power line. Before you get on the bus, I want you to stop, and I want you to look south on the power line. And just, again, get the perspective for distance with ease of access from where you are. What is a route to where you are as you stand on the power lines? And all that as witnesses testify, bit by bit, it falls into place. You may not remember it all. That's fine, because we'll be having pictures and everything else to assist you, but it just seems like being there is really, really important to anybody understanding all this evidence. So we'll talk to you while you're there and point out very specific things, and that's all we'll be talking to you about, is to point at you are the ones that decide exactly what you're going to look at, exactly what you're going to try and get into your mind. It's yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Smith. So members of the jury, you can now go to the deliberation room. You'll be given guidance about when and how to board the bus. Thank you.
All rise, the honorable jury.
Thank you. We will see you out there.
What is the recess?